All right. Woohoo. Let's see if we can't. Today I'm starting the process. I don't know how to word these things. Be setting up stream. The Game Jam developers talking about Foxhole Games. Sure, we'll do that. To anyone who wants to get more in-depth feedback on their games. Boom, boom, boom. Good strong bass strutting there. Yeah, after discussing today, it's probably going to be tentative Wednesday or Thursday, is kind of my hope looking at the responses. That's my plan. That's my plan. Do do. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, I didn't know my chair went up this high. That's much better. You learn something new every day. Okay. Okay, awesome. Uh, what else can I do in the next like 30 minutes? I do want to start planning out some different pieces of the stream. Uh, let's see. So, let's just because I am neurotic, go ahead and put that on 2 lines. So we have the stream pieces. One is going to be activities. Long-term goals. Do that. And hook that up. And then activities, long-term goals, products, I guess, would be the... So the things I'm really just clicking all over the place here. So I would like to make games. I would like to make tools. And essays probably falls on this list. For the games, I do want to make like Twitch extension games. I'm interested in mobile games. Hook that up. I don't think this is... There we go. God, I really don't like the selection in Excalibur. Just sometimes it does not work. Twitch extension games, mobile games. I can't... That's... Yeah. Okay, set it to small. So I'm interested in mobile games. I'm interested in... Let's see, couch co-op games. Idle games. Let's see, core values. 3. Let's do that. 3. Open source. Public domain. As much as possible. That's 1. Expanding design space, I think, is a good way of phrasing it. I like pushing out into the areas that have not previously... I like doing things in areas that people kind of write off. And sustainable community. I don't want there to be a dependency on a developer in order to keep things going. Hmm. Sorry, I'm reading something else now. Just reading a picture of work, I say get on it. Let's move this down, this down. Efficiency tools. Simple engines, I guess is the best way to phrase that. Things to help people build simple things. Let's see, how do I, what's it called? Tools for people who are not technical, people who are not like super engaged in, you know, the nitty-gritty of things. Visual coding would be an example of that, but I don't really know what to call it. Broaden access. That's another one I'd probably put up here, is minimize losers. I'm gonna put minimize failures. And expanding appeal to non-typical. Audience, I guess. Okay, so those are some of these ideas. Let's go, improving on existing ideas. Free flow of information and ideas. Appeal to different types of play. So yeah, in this game devs is one of the things to do. I want a lot of streams to be about developing games and sort of the thought process behind that, just because I'm too full of ideas. Maybe a tabletop show. That one's kind of a bigger maybe, since I'm not as experienced in that. Technical learning, I guess, would be the way to phrase that. So yeah, I want some streams to be about technical learning, and let's put slash consulting, which is a dirty word because it's been co-opted by much of a the corporate world, which I dislike, but I don't really plan on charging for that. So there's that for activities, and oh, why are you both attached to this one? Come on. You could do it. Fix yourselves. I hate fiddling with these arrows, but they bug me so much if they're not, like, at least somewhat believable. Okay. Technical learning consulting, tabletop show, game development. Let's try this. Leadership principles. That I think is interesting. Activities. I don't know what to put here. Long-term donation goals. I have a lot of interesting ideas for this one. So, like, public games could be. You could. Oh, hello? Did my mouse just die? Okay. Thankfully, this one is a rechargeable one, so I don't have to worry too much about it. Oops. Let's do public music. I like the idea of a donation goal incentive for making music that then just adds to, like, said public domain so people can use it on their streams and not worry. Stuff like that. Which reminded me of a thing I could probably add to these. Smash Bros. Okay, we'll see how that works. Long-term donation goals. Build out business. Damn it, what's damn it? How's it going, Vish? You started early? Hey, yeah, so I did start early. I am just sort of getting in the headspace and stuff, because I'm gonna hopefully in like 30 minutes here be jumping on a call with another streamer, and we're gonna talk about you sent a message starting stream in 30 minutes. I thought of practice. Yeah, that was a rough estimate, but it's not like you missed much. Like I said, I'm just doing this to kind of fill time. Did he jump on? Is he around now? What were you practicing? Okay, yeah, he's starting streaming a bit. Cool. Yeah, I'm just planning out different things I'd like to do if I continue streaming, since I kind of like it. I kind of like having a dedicated time to sit down and do stuff. But yeah, I haven't been doing much. Just blindfolding myself from everything I've learned and seeing what all I can remember so far and code myself. That's actually, I haven't heard of a lot of people doing that, but that's pretty smart. As like a way to test yourself and see what you've retained. Kind of just flying blind there. That's a good idea. Let's see. You said you were doing that bull run thing. Trying to think of other like exercises that could be helpful. Yeah, that way I can know what I need to cover up. Yeah, that's a really good way to go about it. I'm still trying to get good at like sitting down and, you know, doing stuff. I'm very much the kind of person who's like, I plan ahead in my brain. And so when I sit down with just like 30 minutes to do some things, I'm like, I don't know what to do, man. I'm not usually like that. I was thinking Metroidvania as well instead of a bull run. Metroidvanias are good as first games because most of the complexity there is going to come in your design rather than the implementation, right? Metroidvanias are pretty simple. You know, you have a guy and he's supposed to be able to run, supposed to be able to jump, and then you could have different abilities like an attack or something. But the actual really interesting part of that is you get to think of the player experience, which is what makes a good Metroidvania. You know, you have all of these different pieces connecting to each other, and you have to imagine how the player would go through it and where you're going to put all the pieces, right? So I think that is a good place to start. Side note, I hate the name Metroidvania. It's just because, not because I have anything against Metroid or Castlevania, but because it's like, we couldn't have come up with anything better since those games came out. You're telling me that an entire genre is a reference to two other games smashed together because people didn't have a good idea of what to call it? I never even knew of the term till like a week back. Yeah. It depends on how deep you go in the sort of community. At least it's not Souls-like. Yeah, that's pretty fair. Hello, Nolly ND. Souls-like, I generally hate most of the terms for video game genres. So it's like you have like shooter, let's see what else, action platformer, Souls-like, Metroidvania. What else? But yeah, like I always thought that this was just like a terrible way to describe things. Like if you look at the genre titles for movies, it's like romance, comedy, it's action, stuff like that. I'm kind of new here, so I'm somewhat slow. No, you're good. Take your time. I'm not like, trying to put you on a deadline or anything. We're just talking. But I always thought it was funny of like, these things actually tell you what you're getting out of the movie, right? You go for romance, there's going to be some romance. You go for action, there's going to be Bruce Willis or something. These don't tell you anything, like a shooter could just as well be Call of Duty as it could be Portal, The one genre title that I think actually works is like puzzle. But even that, like, people have argued that fighting games are like real-time puzzles and stuff. So it's like, kind of, you can get a wide range there. So yeah, I genuinely think we need an overhaul on all of these terminologies because they just don't tell you what the game is. They don't tell you what you're there for. Yeah, it can get out of hand. Technology in general has this kind of problem because it's such a new field, and I think a lot of people forget that. So a lot of the terminology that we've made for this has kind of just been made up as we're running across it, and it can get kind of silly. Like, I don't like the term cloud. I work with the cloud. I'm like a cloud engineer, so I understand what the cloud means. And the cloud, people kind of pretend it's this magical thing. It's like a sales term that someone used of like, you don't have to host anything on your own machines anymore. You can put it up in the cloud, and then it's gone, and it's serverless. And that's another terminology that I dislike, is serverless. And it's like, when they're talking about cloud and serverless, what they really mean is it goes up, and then it comes down, and then it's just in their servers. It's really just like, it's a smoke and mirrors thing. Like, it's not being done without a server. It's not in a magical place. It's called a data center. It's called Google HQ. Like, so it's just, there's so many terms like that that we've just accepted, and I'm like, ugh. You don't like Netflix's newest categories. What is Netflix's newest category? Is it the unicorn category? Because that seems a little bit narrow in terms of its scope. But it's terms that can relate and generate hype within the general population. Yeah, you're right. That's called a marketing term. We don't need marketing terms. You know, like if we go back to the movie example, there's plenty of marketing terms that you could, you know, like blockbuster, you know, action-packed, blah, blah, blah. Like, you could say stuff like that. But people are mixing marketing terms with actual descriptors. And they're actually... It's like kind of this little sly trick that marketing has played where it's like, all you need are marketing terms. You don't need an accurate descriptor, you know? So now everything is overhyped. Everything is overgeneralized because we don't have any real terminology to describe it properly. You know, Souls-like was something made by media to get to capitalize on the hype of Dark Souls. And now it's like, if you want to talk about a game that's just like a 3D action adventure with that kind of general move set, you don't really get to talk about it. It's now you're talking about Dark Souls. Yeah, AI is another big one. I always say that people talk about AI the exact same way they talk about magic, where it's like, it's only magic if you don't understand it. You know what's AI? Voice recognition. You know? Voice recognition, that used to be magic to people. And now it's in Siri and, you know, Google Home and all this stuff, so it's not a big deal. Search engines used to be a weird thing. Imagine typing in a word and someone just pulls up a ton of stuff. It's like, wow, that's magic, until people realized it was just finding that word in other places. And now people just say search engines. You know, all this stuff is considered AI until it's understood, and then it's magic. And right now we have large language models and neural networks. It's not how you spell that. And what's it called? Reinforcement learning, stuff like that. It's a bit on the deep end, but that's only because they're not talking about it as what they actually are. You know, no one's like, wow, advancements in ChatGPT, the large language model. They're like, no, the magic machine. Ugh. Well, let me see, what's this? Who mentioned me? Okay, hold on, let me respond to somebody. So Netflix has dramedy, swoon-worthy, notable soundtrack, and heartfelt. Yeah. You're right, that sucks. Swoon-worthy and heartfelt are the biggest offenders in my eyes because they're just, once again, those are marketing terms. Like, you can't tell what's going to reach certain people. Heartfelt, I can kind of get. Swoon-worthy is like, congratulations, you hired actors in Hollywood. Notable soundtrack, I can kind of see that. Really, what they need to do is they need to have a tag system, so that way you can, you know, select different things. Like, I want to watch a drama, I want to watch a comedy, and I want a good soundtrack. And then you can just select all of these, and then it will filter out, instead of having dramedy, which is its own category. I think user experience would be an issue then for their simplistic libraries. I don't have any sympathy for Netflix. You know, they're a giant tech company. They can figure it out. You know, if they can't pour, you know, $1 million into it and figure it out, then it's like, no, they're not really good business then. They have millions of dollars. The problem is just they don't want to, you know, the people in charge don't see the value in that. Okay. They show tags, but on the outside. Yeah, I mean, they have the options here, right? If this is one of the things that I dislike, is like when you have big companies like this that are centrally managed and centrally pushed through finance, what ends up happening is, so you have like finance incentives, and this means that all they're worried about is anything that blocks their main mission, right? So anything that blocks their main mission, they're going to spend a ton of money fixing that, so that way they can continue going. If you have things that are like open source or more like community driven, they're going to focus on, you know, they're not going to be as fast at getting through these big issues because they don't have that centralized resource, right? You can't have somebody as an executive pointing out and saying, we need to get this fixed, you know, next week. So that's going to take a bit longer, but all of the smaller issues that you have, all of the little things over here that are still a problem, people can tackle those if they want to, you know. If there's an issue with like the Netflix Roku app and it's like, you know, doesn't search correctly, somebody could just fix that in a weekend, right? Just on their own. But that kind of stuff never gets fixed in the financial incentives because they don't care. It doesn't stop service. So this is slower, but it makes a better, more well-rounded project, whereas this makes a very narrowly focused project that is only consumed with progress. Someone could very well do this stuff, but they just don't. All right, we're 5 minutes away. Let me check in. I'm so bad at like waiting. I'm like the person who like shows up like 30 minutes early to things because I want to when I do things I want to have like extra time and space because otherwise I feel like rushed. Yeah, they could. Yeah. I think a lot of people are kind of in this misconception that a lot of the things that are problems are because we haven't figured it out yet, when it's like, no, there's a lot of problems that are just fixed because there are people who can and they don't want to. You know, it's there's a lot of things where it's like very simple fixes and people just don't give it the time. Hence why extensions. Yeah, that's a really good example of that. People make extensions because they want to have those extra features. But the problem is that there's not a great protected way to do that, so there ends up being a lot of predatory extensions. Like, I want my YouTube playback speed to be faster, but the only way I could do is by extension. But like I said, predatory extension exists. Don't want to install. I very much get that. Yeah, I listen to a lot of things in 2x speed, and I've actually found some stuff on Android where they have like a community-run open source marketplace, so you can find things that usually are pretty safe, but once again, you can't be 100% guaranteed. But they have some YouTube launchers that offer much higher speeds. They are pretty buggy. I've had some issues with it. But yeah, I very much, I'm like at that point where it's like I want things to go faster, and so I've found ways to do that. But it's like it would be great if you could just like request it to Google and they would do it because they have the resources and it wouldn't take much for them, But it's not a priority, so I doubt it will ever really be supported. Also, how do you know if itch.io assets have malware or not? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. I'm not super heavy on security and stuff like that, software security and all that. I am more network side, but I know that if you download an asset, there are some weird things you can do with like stenography and hiding data types and other data types. But for the most part, don't download an exe, don't download something that runs on your computer, and you should be okay. I believe itch.io has some amount of verification. Oh, I didn't realize he's in a channel. Okay, I'm gonna join up with this guy with Fox Hollow Games.
And to share things. So here he is. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off the music here because Scribe has joined the voice chat.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Scribe. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm calling you by your Discord name. Should I call you your Discord name or your Twitch name?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I went by Scribe as like an online name, and then it was taken on some platforms, so I looked up like the Latin root of it, and Amanuensis was that, so that's why I have that name.
Amanuensis is the Latin root of scribe?
It's not the root of the word. It's a like alternative way to do it. So amanuensis, a literary artistic assistant, in particular one who takes dictation or copies of manuscripts. It's like what they would call scribes, similarly in Latin.
That is super duper cool. Can we get Scribe's volume turned up a bit? Is that thing? Yes, let me turn that volume up. Thank you. Okay.
How do I do that for you? Because they're also asking that in my chat.
So I have you just feeding through my desktop audio. I'm not super fancy streamer man yet with like a stream deck or anything. So I'm just pumping my volume up on my desktop.
And I'm copying you because I have even less experience.
Okay. This once again, this whole thing is all about growth, right? We're just figuring it all out together and helping each other out. This is awesome.
Yeah, no, I'm very recent to streaming, so I'm very glad that I was able to start and that people joined, and I've actually been really liking the interactions, and surprised by how many people are actually just willing to like chat and collaborate on stuff.
In fact, you're so new to streaming that you started streaming what? The week of the game jam?
Yes, that's correct. I started on the Saturday after the announcement was made. And even that very first stream, I had people popping in and talking.
That is super rad. That's super rad. I mean, I want to talk to you all about that someday, but we're here to talk about something else.
Yeah, so let's get down into this idea. Let me just kind of like lay out what I have in mind, and then we'll come to you and see what you have to say.
Please.
Yeah, so I think it would be cool to go and interview people, do a post-mortem analysis of their game. I am more interested in not so much what they've made, but the process that they went through, because I think that is the part that is most hard to see during these game jams. I think it's really cool that we get to go through all of these projects and see the final product, and they go through the top 10 and we see all these impressive results. But as somebody who has personally had a lot of trouble getting into a game jam, finding a good team, getting a good process going, I think it'd be really interesting to grab a handful of them, go through things like, what would you advise other people? How did you form your team? How did you decide on the topic? Sort of things that help people accomplish the goal rather than just kind of showing off the cream of the crop.
That sounds awesome to me. I love that. That was one thing that when we were streaming the game jam submissions, I was deeply upset because the default sorting, at least on my screen, was by most popular. And I thought, this is the dumbest sorting method for a game jam I've ever seen. And thankfully, when the submissions were done, it swapped over to random, which is exactly what it should be. But I love that concept about let's just pour some attention on people who are building things and learning that aren't necessarily like already accomplished developers, right? Because frankly, they're 30 levels beyond where we are, and the stuff that they're learning is not really going to be applicable to us very much. Right. So let's go to the people that are like 1 or 2 steps ahead and see what they're learning. I love the concept so much. So you've been sending out this Google form asking people to sign up, and it's got about 12 teams that have signed up for it already, right?
Yeah, 14 now. So there's at least that many people who I can reach out to. I do believe one person has already reached out to me and said that they can't do it. Some stuff came up. But a good amount of these people that have signed up, they've said that they are available pretty much any time this coming week. There's a couple restrictions, but most people seem kind of free for whenever.
Okay, perfect. So with that situation, then I'm here to support. What can I do, and what can our community do to help this event? Where are you seeing that you need some support? You and I have chatted a little bit about some ideas, but I want to hear from you here. Like, where can we make an impact for you?
Right, yeah. So I, being new to streaming and all that, I was hoping to have a secondary host so that the structure would end up being there's 2 people interviewing, 1 to 4 or 5, however many the team has, and we could have 2 people. So one would be able to keep the conversation going, keep the interview going, and the other could handle, playing the game, showing off the game, chatting. Not necessarily like a strict role, like, I'm not going to just say like you have to play games and stay quiet, but I just kind of like the
That was
idea
my
of,
whole childhood, man. What are you talking about? That's my element.
yeah, the little brother syndrome.
That's right. Yeah, you no, you can't help. Go sit down, go play a game, and let us deal with it. That's my element.
Uh, well, you've graduated to the big brother syndrome. You got to help me out with this. Yeah, so I think just having multiple people would allow things to go smoother. I think it would be a lot to juggle playing a game, showing off the game, interviewing, reading chat, getting questions. So that's where I see your role and my role interchangeably. As far as scheduling and the teams go, like I said, I just kind of want them to show up and bring their raw experiences, bring those to the forefront. I don't really feel like, I want to get that like honest reaction. I think it would probably be best to try to keep them shorter since there's, 14 possibly people showing up. So even if you do like 10 minutes per team, that's already skewing into 2 hours. So I don't really want to like cut anyone off, but I think having an upper cap on that would probably be best to get everyone through. Either that or just have multiple streams and break them into batches.
Yeah, I mean, we could queue up some Oscars "You're Talking Too Long" music that can start playing. But uh, yeah, I mean, I think either way would be just fine. I think, frankly, I think this could be just a series of content. I think this could be an entire channel. Is just because game jams are constantly happening. They're always happening. As soon as the Pirate Software Game Jam ended, the global game jam started, and then people have been posting about like the month-long Metroidvania game jam going. So
Right.
I think you could take it either way. I think you could say this is a special event. We're going to do this in a limited space, or you could just say we're going to do a regular, reoccurring piece of content.
Right.
I think both of those could be successful, just depending on what your strategy is.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely wouldn't mind doing a more extensive series on it. I'm more of just like, I want to see how the first one goes. I've never done stuff like this, so I'm not trying to count my chickens yet. But yeah, if it's something that people are interested in, if more people want to sign up afterwards, I told my chat I could talk forever. I could ask questions forever. I do that all the time to myself for no reason. So if if more people sign up, I could definitely do like a weekly thing.
Okay, very cool. So it sounds like you're kind of feeling you would like to do a all at once. Let's do the Pirate Software Game Jam submissions in one space. It sounds to me like that's where you're leaning. Is that fair?
Yeah, right now I'm just leaning towards, see who's wants to do it right now, go through as many as I can comfortably, and then reevaluate from there. I'm not really going to plan on anything until I know what the experience is like. If it ends up being kind of like it's too short, developers don't like having to wait around for an hour to get their turn, then I'll go back to the drawing board. But, I'm not really going to know until I try. I'm very much a dig in and throw myself into the fire and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. That makes perfect sense. So, by the way, super cool that you're trying this with like no prior experience, right? I just want to point that out. That's freaking rad. So, you know my schedule. I'm streaming from 1 to 3, but if there's, if I have notice ahead, I can make different times work. So, if you would like my presence there, we can definitely do like a 2-hour special, and I can we can talk details off stream about like how do we integrate into your stream, how do I get my voice and everything coming through for you and get that video feed up. Is there anything that you wanted to discuss in the meantime? And it sounds like my role is going to be hype man / let's player, and you would like to tackle the interview. Is that kind of your vision here?
No, I mean, ideally, I would like you to be just a bigger participant as me. I don't have any sort of desire to be the only one doing the interview, the only one dominating. Like, I would love your sort of feedback on what you would like to see from this, about, what kind of things you would like to see from the participants. I don't want to be the the king of the castle here. Like I think it would be great to see what you want from it as well, and then try to cooperate, mesh those together. Other words.
So that's very humble of you, and I appreciate that spirit of cooperation. But I do want to say, Amanusis, it's your castle, friend. Like, if you're not the king of that castle, then like something else is going on, you know? So by all means, I'm happy to just be here and contribute however I can. So if you'd like me to be more present in the interviews, I would love that. I was a product designer for 10 years, and customer interviews, user interviews were my favorite thing in the world to do every day. It was like the one reprieve I had from the unrelenting anxiety and stress of that job. So I'm more than happy to chat about that. I think, like, if we can get a schedule up quickly, that would be great. And then if we could get a list of the teams to that are going to be participating, then we can play through their games and we can come up with good questions. We could start up a Google Doc that you and I both contribute to, of like, here are standard boilerplate questions to kind of kick off an interview. And then here are things we really want to know about, like, the game that we played. And then if you were open to it, we could even, throw this open to our communities and say, hey, these are the people that are going to be on the call, play their game and shoot us any questions you want asked.
Right. Yeah. I like that idea of opening it up. I wanted to sort of lock down what your availability is and that kind of stuff, and how long we're expecting the stream to be before I messaged them and sort of confirmed a date. But that's kind of my plan after this, is just to go through and make sure that everyone has availability. Probably the easiest thing would be sometime Wednesday or Thursday afternoon. Seems like most people should be available then, but we'll see. As far as playing the games and getting the questions, yeah, I mean, definitely, if people want to submit questions, I think that's a good idea. I know that some developers prefer to have sight-on-scene reactions to their games, so they can kind of see people bumble through their experience and see what roadblocks they hit. So it might even be beneficial for us to kind of split it up, and then have I'll play half the games, you play half the games, and then the other person will play it live during stream, so they can kind of see what's going on.
I think that's fair. I think that's a great idea. And you're giving me all sorts of ideas for different types of content, of like, we will facilitate a play test for your game where you can just observe, and we, Amnusis, this is awesome. This is exactly the sort of thing that I really thrive off of. Thank you for getting this started. I'm just incredibly excited. So what do you need from me in order to keep moving forward?
I mean, I think a confirmation that you'll be, available. I think a specific time would be good. So let me look at the responses. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, weekends, Tuesday. What's Central? So that's 5 o'clock my time. So I don't know. I think Wednesday's a little too close. So probably Thursday, your Eastern time, I think.
So I apologize. Which time did you mention?
I'm sorry. I'm just rambling to myself. So probably Thursday at 5 Eastern. If that works for you to have a couple hour time span, but feel free to suggest other times that work better for you.
That works just fine for me. I can definitely make that work. So we'll plan on 5 to 7 Eastern then?
Yeah, and I'll send out the message to the applicants, I guess is what you would call them, and we will make sure that they can make it, and then we'll adjust as needed. But yeah, like I said, I'm trying to get the first one done before I really worry about the rest of it.
That's very fair. That's very reasonable. I just want to say, if you don't do this, I hope someone does this, if you don't do it, I'm going to take it. I'm not going to lie, because this sounds like a great idea, and I would love to see this existing in the world in a high production value format. I think it would just be so helpful to so many people. So that sounds great. So you've got my availability. We're committed to Thursday, 5 to 7 Eastern. If you need any other information from me, let me know. If you'd like, I can go ahead and send out a Google Drive link where we can start throwing questions in together. And then I'll just wait to get the game list from you. Does that sound all right?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. Perfect. Any other thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Chistes, chicles, chispace?
Not at the moment. I'm glad that I'm able to work with this on you, because I know that work with you on this backwards. I'm very much understand and appreciate your mission of trying to get more people exposed into this world and more people involved in this. So yeah, I mean, if you feel like stealing the idea, go ahead. The more people working on it, the better.
Well, I'm really excited to be contributing to it, and in any way I can support, we're definitely 100% here for. So thank you for getting this started, and just as a note to everyone watching right now, this is all it takes. Like that's all you got to do. You just got to decide, I'm going to try this thing, and then you find people who are excited about it. Like me, I'm so excited about this idea. So keep me in the loop. We'll be chatting. I'll send you. That's my action item. I need to write that down so I don't forget, because brain, oh dear, there goes my phone. So I need to get a G Drive Google Doc sent. I will get that done right after the stream today.
Cool. Awesome.
And then I'll wait to hear back from you.
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks for having me on your stream and working with me on this.
Hey, likewise. Hi, Amanusis' chat. Hello. Hope you have a great rest of your day. And thank you for hanging out with us. This was an absolute joy.
Yeah, hope to do some more stuff in the future. Catch you later.
Likewise. All right. See ya.
See ya. All right, music back on. Hi, Fox, bye, Fox. All right. Okay, so my next thing is sending out that to all the people. You had music before? Do I? Oh, it's loud. It's super loud. I did. Is it not coming through? Can you hear music now? Oh yeah, we can look at the joystick thing, totally. Let me grab all these people's Discord. It sounds Christmassy. This is the Heartbound OST. It's from an indie game called Heartbound, and they have like 100 songs, and they allow people to play them on stream. It's good music. I previous to this just played my music in the background of like whatever kind of focus stuff was on YouTube Music, and I figured I should probably at least start putting some effort into not immediately copywriting everything I make. Oh, that doesn't sound Christmassy. Virtual joystick Marco, something you find. Okay, yeah, let's check it out. Virtual joystick for Godot 4, yeah. This sounds like we are going to war. Might be. Okay. So let me maximize this. Going to do that. Add-ons. Where is it? It's not an add-ons. Test. Okay. what is this song called? This song is called Deku Palace. It is from a reorchestration of the Majora's Mask soundtrack, because that game's rad. Alright, give me a second. I'm going to run through and send a message to all these people on Discord so that way we can get a thing going. Yeah, that's okay. God, I'm not used to Discord's interface at all. Alright. First, we will... Okay. Deku Palace? No. Deku Palace, D-E-K-U, is a part of the game. It's the Dekus. So, I just like the music from some of these Nintendo games. They put a lot into it, and it's cool. Yeah, Deku, you got it. Deku or Deku, depending on how much you want to pronounce it. Let's see, what day of the month is this? Thursday is the 1st? Yeah, sounds really good. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of good, like, orchestral stuff that Nintendo puts out. I think it adds a lot to their games. And it's familiar to people because they've been around forever. Alright, so we got one. I feel so weird just like cold calling these people. Alright, well. That username does not work for some reason. I heard somebody once describe the music of a game as like, that's the shortcut to getting people invested in things. It's like, if you have good music, people just go crazy for that stuff. Just so you know, you'd have to go to project settings. Yeah, you have to enable the mouse's touch. I do know that. As somebody who is an automation engineer, just copying and pasting the same message to 14 people hurts my soul. Jalupus also does not work. Yeah, audio could be key in games. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's the sum of its parts. There's plenty of games that I've seen that just have like one or two things off, and that's just what makes it rough. I'm a bit controversial when it comes to Baldur's Gate, because I think that the amount of bugs in that game really hurt it. The amount of like crashes and stuff like that. I am not going to send a message to Fox Hollow Joe, because that is who I just spoke to, and I think he's aware. Haven't played it yet. Yeah, it's gotten a lot better. They've put gigabytes and gigabytes of patches into the game to fix a lot of crashing issues and bugs and stuff. I have some design issues with the game as well, but I really just like, especially if you tried to play it when it first came out, it got really bad at a certain point where it just would crash super hard and just ruin the experience, you know? I think a lot of people are willing to overlook that kind of stuff, and I'm not. Alright, let me see if I can contact these two a different way. I forgot to include the time, because I'm silly. Now I have to edit every single message, because I am silly. Why are you laughing at me, Vish? I thought you were supposed to be on my side here. Everyone makes mistakes. I send the time as a new message. It's not any more work for me just to edit the original message, and then that way it looks at least like I'm a little bit not bad at this. Okay, this part is a little bit easier, because I don't have to type in their names as well. If it was a little bit earlier, I will coordinate with the others and get back to you. Okay, time has been updated. I promise it was there from the beginning. Okay. What was I doing? Right, I was grabbing the two whose name do not work. I know it probably doesn't matter, but I am trying not to dox these people until they fully signed up. Do you exist? How do I... Alright. That... You exist, yeah. Do you want to be part of the thing? You could talk about... I don't... You could talk about the joystick. You can just show up and be like, yeah, I made this. Okay. This person might just be out of luck, because I do not know. Let's see. What is this? Down below that. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now who's making fun of the other? I'm not making fun of you. I would be genuine. I don't think this is a bad thing to show off, you know? Maybe one day if you got the series going and I get a game where we can reassess. Oh yeah, totally. Here's the thing. I don't believe that, didn't you, like, integrate it with something? I thought you said you got it working with, like, a different part of your game. I don't believe that, you know, I don't believe in comparing people's work to each other. I don't believe in taking a 30-year veteran in the industry and somebody who, you know, just had enough time to, you know, make something small and comparing them against each other. It's not fair. Alright, I do just have to email this person, which is a little, but that's why I required email on the forums as a total backup. I got it working for myself just to get the player going, but without the help of the docs or videos, because I did exactly as they would tell and it wouldn't work. I was working on touchscreen buttons and figured it out. Yeah, I mean, like, that's still a valuable experience. You're not the only person to have that issue. I'm certain of it, you know? Even just talking through a small process like that is valuable in a way. I wasn't trying to make fun of you. I'm sorry if that's how it came across. We were just pulling each other legs, so I thought you said it that way, so I didn't. But I didn't take offense. I got the immunity perk from offended. Yeah, no, I don't really think he would get offended. But I think there's a difference between jokes and like, poking down at somebody, right? I'm fine. I think people get too comfortable with like tearing each other down. Like, there's generally a lot of people who would try stuff and then they would just get like a small little thing, and let's see, how do I explain this? Hello. I keep getting what's it called, Discord messages, and getting distracted. I don't think there's anything like that constructive or fun about just like trash talking someone's work. People put a lot into stuff, and one of the reasons why it takes so much to get people just to like make a game or try making a game, like the whole thing that Fox Hollow Games is doing and Pirate Software is doing and all that, like the reason that's so hard is because it's just tons of little put downs and stuff like that. There's so much rivalry about like who's a legitimate developer, who's, people are like, if you didn't code your own engine, it doesn't count. It's like, I think participating in any of that is stupid, Alrighty. Let's get into this then. So, what do we got? It has an export variable to target the left joystick, target the right joystick. It has texture, it has a speed, move vector. Move vector is just getting the axis. Oh, does it take UI inputs as well? Process. Oh no, okay, so yeah, input get axis. What is that? This extends control. It has its own things of dead zone, clamp size, fix, dynamic and following, always touchscreen only. Fix, the joystick doesn't move. Dynamic, every time the joystick area is pressed, joystick is set to the touch position. When the finger is outside the joystick area, it will follow it. I mean, that's probably the most common I've seen. Action left, action right, action up, action down. UI left. Okay, so it's assigning it to these. It has an is pressed variable just to see if it should be on or off. And this output. This has its own scene, which probably is just, yeah, 2 images. If not display server is touchscreen available, then it just hides it. Okay. Is point inside the area, the event position. So this is the main meat of it, right? If whenever the input function is called on anything, it gets passed an event. And that event could be a number of things. So if you control click on anything that highlights like this, it'll take you to the documentation. So the input event, it can be input event action, input event from window, input event joypad button, input event joypad motion, a lot of stuff, right? It can be a bit overwhelming. The main ones you need to look at are just input event joypad and input event motion. That's, this is your D-pad and that's your joystick, right? There's also mouse inputs and stuff, but I don't see that here. So, when this comes, it checks to make sure it's a touchscreen event, and then it checks to make sure that it's pressed down, because there's 2 events. There's one for when it starts touching, when it's pressed down, and then when it releases is another one. So we got joystick area and touch index. What is that? What is this touch index? The event index. Weird. That's a bit weird. So this top part is, if there's a touch, it will check to make sure that it has the joystick mode proper. If it has this one specific one, it'll make sure that the point is actually inside the circle. This seems redundant. So if joystick is mode dynamic, if it's mode following, or if it's fixed and it's inside the hole, and then it checks again if it's dynamic or following. That might be an error. Well, actually, no. Okay, so this is just kind of a weird way of doing it. If it's fixed and the point is inside, if the joystick mode is fixed, then it does only these bottom lines. But if it's anything else, it'll also add the move base event. So that's just a way to make that one mode work, as it's excluding it from this thing, which is just moving the circle within the circle. Touch index is setting it to event index. Tip.modulate is pressed color. What is pressed color? Okay, so you can just set that as a way to show that it's being touched. Update joystick, event position. I'm assuming this is what sets the output. And then it sets the input as handled. So whenever input is run through a handled event, or whenever input is run through a thing, you know, like a node, it'll go through, and there's actually this other one that is unhandled input, right? So the idea is that if you have like a ton of things in a row, like let's say you have the joystick and you're moving your character around and behind it is a button, you don't want them to press that button every time they move. So what you would do is you would set that input as handled, and anything behind it, you would use this unhandled input event, which means that it'll only grab it if something else hasn't grabbed it. So that's that. The event index. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure that bit out. If the event is a drag, so there's different. The touch is just the actual, like, it hitting down and then it being lifted up, right? So when you start touching, that is the event of touch, and then when you release, that is also an event of touch, but it's the opposite. It's released. So dragging is the actual stuff of like getting from point to point. So you touch down and then you drag and then you lift up. This part is what it's tracking. Every frame it'll just see that it's still touching and it will say that you're dragging. And if that's true, then it just updates the position. And once again, he has the set input and handled. I'm understanding more than I did, but 25 is still going ahead. Yeah, let me know what it is you want to know more about, you know? What parts are you confused about? It's better if you, like, pinpoint what it is that's causing you issues. Move base. So yeah, this just sets the position to... That's interesting. So it gets a global scale. But it sets it to whatever it's going to be so that you can move that thing. This is the tip inside the base. This point inside joystick area. This is just a very simple... Does it actually fit within the thing? This is... might be a bit overcomplicated inside the joystick area. So I think it actually takes... It, like, does a very rough calculation of the bounding box, basically. So what this would do... Here, let's do this. Actually, let's do this. So what this is doing is it's taking the global position of the area, and the global position actually is right there. It's at the top of it, right? It's at a very specific point. It's not in the center for sprite stuff like this, or for control stuff like this. So it's just seeing if the point is greater than this position, and if it's less than this position plus the size of this whole thing, which would end up being down here, right? So if the whatever point you give it lies, you know, if it's more on this way and less on this way, then it's in the x-axis, and if it's more down here and it's less than down here, then it's in this square. Very easy. There is a rectangle, right? So a rect 2. And this already has built-in methods for, like, does it enclose another rectangle? Does it have a point? So I don't know why they didn't use that. Maybe they just didn't want to. Get base radius. All of this stuff is just getting different variables with the scale of it. Is point inside base. So you have pretty much the same thing there. It gets the radius, it gets the position, and then it gets basically the distance from the center. So this is, because it's a circle, they're doing it differently. So when you give it a point, all it's checking is, like, if this point is farther than how big my circle is, then it's not enclosed in it, right? So it's just going to the center of the circle and then checking how far away it is, and that's how you can tell if it's in the circle or not. Because if it's too far, then it's not. Circles are easy. Update joystick, hit base radius, position, touch position, limit length. I didn't know that was a method. That's fun. Usually you just clamp it, but I guess that works. So this is how you prevent it from running outside, is you have the circle, and then you have, like, your little touch event, and when you drag it from here to here, the actual, this thing, it's getting a distance from the center, like that. And so it just makes sure that it doesn't go too far. It's just saying, like, don't let it go past 7 or whatever, so it doesn't appear outside like this. Because it's going to try to track to whatever you touched at, but it's just saying, like, keep it on a chain. Okay, I see. Joystick mode following moves the whole thing with you. So you'll have, like, these two, and then when you move this part, the whole thing will start going whoop and moving that way, which is fun. Yeah, when I tried not letting it go outside, it kept going when I made the joystick. Yeah, it's it can be tricky because you have to keep track of, like, where it's rendering and also the inputs and stuff. Move tip happens everywhere because that's just the center inside. They added a support for a dead zone in here. They use length squared because I think it's technically faster. I don't really anticipate this having, like, performance issues though. But basically just, you know, it's like a dead zone on a controller. If there's a very, very small input, it's not going to track it, like, super, super precisely. That's a way to combat mistaken inputs or stick drift. If it's bigger than the dead zone size, then it sets the output, and it sets the is pressed thing to making sure that all the stuff runs, and then if it's not bigger than the dead zone, it just sets it back to 0. And then this is doing the same thing, but with the up, down, left, right. The arrow keys on the keypad. Update input action, get dead zone, press. So this is what's actually setting these things. It will take the name from the thing that I covered up, because I'm silly. It'll take the name from whatever you put in here, and it will try to set that as the action to track. So in case you have your own custom methods, you can just plug them in there. and reset just takes everything and puts it back. So let's go try it out. Go back to test, run it. Okay, so it's in mode following right now, which is very funny. We will change that on the player, I think it was. No, on the joystick. So this one be dynamic, and we'll have this one be fixed. Yeah, okay, so this one moves. This one changes the rotation, that's fun. Okay. Yeah, and so then how you would use this with a different how you would use this with a different node, whatever you would want to use. Why is this commented out? I also didn't know this was a method. Get axis is not bad. This is a pretty common shorthand I've seen and used. So just having something that's quicker than that is nice. Speed, delta, vector, right. What happens if I undo this? It kind of just seems to be moving twice. I like the way that dynamic works, where it's like, it just zoops to where you are. It's kind of funny. Wow, 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 wow. So, if I am correct, update action input. So, this is triggering, this is manually triggering an action press. So if you look in here, this part is commented out and it still works, right? And it's just checking the UI left, UI right, UI up, UI down. So what this is doing, is it's actually taking, like, the joystick is manually pressing these buttons. So instead of you having to do what you do here and like get the joystick and get the output, you can just read the buttons. It's simulating those button presses, which is kind of neat. It's kind of nifty. One thing that is kind of annoying is that if you wanted to change those, you have to change it here and here. Yeah, that's what I didn't know about that UI directions as actions. Yeah, so when you look back in this thing, this action press thing, it is taking the action, which is in the form of a string, and value. So up here, if there is, if you have that thing set where it will use the input actions, then it goes through this thing and it says that, you know, if just read these ones as like the UI left, UI right, because that's what's set here. So this gets filled in for this. So if you're pressing that, then release it and then update it. And then in this update, it'll go down and it will just say if the value is bigger than the dead zone. So if it's, you know, not like a little small thing, then press that button. Press that button that you gave, which is up, down, left, or right, and give it a value for how strong you pressed it, which is based on how far away from the center it is. Which is a clever way to do things, you know. That way you can hook all of your actions into one input map from Godot, you know, the up, left, down, right that you define. And then whenever you have alternate methods of input, they all come down into that same thing. So if you wanted to use this on a different character, so let's just do character body, give it a collision, make it a circle. So we can just put a simple script on here that is process. It will get input vector and then if input, so this is the way that I would usually do it, but now I learned there's a better way. So UI right minus, actually I don't know if it's the other way around, I always get it backwards. So what we're doing here, so we're getting this input vector and we're starting to build it, right? So we're getting the however far you pressed right. So this works with the joystick too. And we're minusing it from however you did left. So if you are click, if you are holding right, then that means that it will be a value of +1, right? Because it has 1 over here and then -0. So the actual formula would look like this. It would be 1 minus 0. If you are holding left, then the formula is 0 minus 1, which gives you -1. So that'll make your X go left, right? If you're doing both, because you're on keyboard and mouse and you can hold A and D at the same time. Stop it. Why are you doing this? So if you're holding both at the same time, what it ends up being is 1 minus 1, which equals 0. So it's a way to prevent weird glitches from happening when you put two input directions at the same time. And then you do the same thing with the Y value. Oop. Actually, I think this might be up. I don't know. I always get these things backwards. And then we will just do move and slide. Well, first we'll do velocity plus equals input vector times like 10. Sure. Thank you. It's so nice having someone there to debug with you. So now, where did I put him? Oh, he's tiny. Debug. Show colors and shapes. I'm too lazy to get him a sprite, so we're just gonna do that. So yeah, so you can see that's the thing I added, and I can move him around with the control stick. I did not keep him in the bounds of the screen, so you can't see it that well, but Yeah, do it. Maybe not 100, eh? Let's do 20. So what's fun is a thing that I just learned is that this is the long hand and it's good to understand what's happening. But let's do this. Input dot get axis. Or let's see how to use this. Negative action, positive action. Okay, so for this one is X, so we're gonna do UI left, and then UI right. And it is, because this method is built in, it is a shorthand for this thing. It does the exact same thing. It's just a lot shorter, which is quite nice, actually. So now you can see right and left work. Come back. Come back. No. So this one is harder to control because it's an actual physics body, right? This is just moving it left and right, but the physics body actually has a velocity to it. So I'm adding it to the velocity here, and that just means it's going to move according to physics. If I wanted to have it slow down, I could go up here and put like a friction. But I have to manually implement that myself. So we'll do 0.1, and after moving and sliding, we'll do velocity. You can't just do times equal friction, right? So that would multiply the velocity with the friction, so it would just make sure the velocity 1/10 of what it was every turn, every frame, which is a lot. And that's not really how you think of friction, right? Because if you put it all the way to the top, if it was friction 1, then it would multiply the velocity times the friction, and that would be velocity times 1, which would just do nothing. So I typically put friction, and then I do this, where I invert it. So now, the lower the friction is, the less that goes away from it. The higher the friction is, the more that goes away from it, until you get to 1, where it just fully stops moving. So now that I've implemented the friction, you can see it doesn't just fly off into space. It still has momentum. You see, I told you I got it backwards. It doesn't just fly off into space. It still has that momentum. You can see it still moves after I'm done letting go, but it actually stops. You connect to your player a different way. Yeah, I'm just showing one of the ways you can do it with this, because they've implemented the UI left and the UI right. So the handy thing is I've done all of this, and if you notice, I don't actually have a reference to the joysticks in the player. I don't actually have anything there that's directly connecting to it, which is one of the problems of Godot, is that when you get big scenes, you have things crossing over all the time. So that's why they implemented it this way, and it's something that you could make use of. But you could also, like they did in the player, you could directly reference it and just get the output and do whatever you want with that, which is totally fine. Sorry, I'm responding to people right now. Alrighty. You said something and I was not looking. Let's see. One of the studios I saw recommended having like more scenes within the crossover. Yeah, that's a way. That's kind of what the scene structure of Godot was intended for. I was wondering one of three things. 1, you dead. 2, went for a call or something. 3, responding on Discord to people. I did have to die in order to respond to people on Discord. I see 1. I wasn't expecting the combination of 1 and 3, so you must have made some mistake. Some meat cake? No! Meat cake is a mistake. I'm surprised you were still streaming. Also thought you guys were going to be doing it every day. Yeah, that was a bit of a poor communication on my part. Oh no, you're fine. I just wanted to respond to them real quick because it's good to. I don't want them to think I just like sent them a robot message and then left. But yeah, I just kind of streaming until I don't feel like it. I'm, trying to build up a bit more length. Like I said, I'm very surprised that I actually enjoy this. So, okay, what was I doing? I was doing something. I'm realizing that I do need to do a lot more explaining about these things because these people are just like, yeah, totally. Are we just gonna hop in a Discord call and you're gonna like take notes or something? I'm like, oh no, I guess they're not really looking for, not really understanding that it's like a stream thing. So I'm definitely could do better at. Man, you're growing quick. Looks like you got some sort of rhythm or something going for you. It could be done that way if you were making a video, but given it's a stream thing, yeah, different way. Yeah, that's true. Like I said, I don't play in this world too much, so I'm still getting used to what people expect. I gotta update the title to reflect that I'm not talking about that anymore. Maybe give them an option, stream/video format after speaking with Fox, as you guys came doing a video. That way you can give an option to the dev. I agree with that. I like that. I'm not going to do it for the first one. For the first one, I want to do, right, it's kind of like the idea of like you throw out a prototype before you, try to set up for a finished project. It's like what I was telling him when he was talking about doing a continued series. I'm not going to count on anything until we've actually done it, right? Because maybe I start interviewing people and I hate it. Maybe it sucks for me, maybe that's not what I thought it was going to be. Maybe it sucks for them. There's always different ways to come back at it and approach it different ways, but I think the actual experience is going to be what tells me that. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Okie doke. Do you have any more specific questions about this? One thing that they also did with this is that they put it on a canvas layer. If you haven't seen what a canvas layer does, it puts the UI and it follows the camera. So even if we were to put a camera in here, like here, let's do this. Camera 2D. So now it's following my little dude that I created. And I run this. The canvas layer makes sure that this stays with me, right? So that's what this part is. If you didn't have this, then these would actually be like in physical space and I would technically run away from them. One more questions. Yeah, go ahead. And as many questions as you can handle. All right, throw them at me. I changed the sprite, it was much bigger, and then changed the sprite for pressed 2. and the images were much larger, but after that the input just stopped working. Okay. So I'm assuming in here is what you're talking about. You change this. So sure, let's change this to... We'll just quick load icon SVG. So that's that. And we'll see what happens. I had the base as a pizza base, and you are so into pizza? Woo 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 woo. That seems to work. Let's see what could have happened. Let's see, if you change the anchor, it could definitely mess up the directions because now it's based off of a different position. Image was 10x for both. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Let's see. Go ahead and I'm going to make a new noise texture, and I'm gonna make it like 10 pixels by 10 pixels. That's still too large. Oh, it's scaling? Yeah, it is. Green thing's position did change as I was moving it manual and the stone stuff got moved. Yeah. Anchors can be kind of annoying. You can go in here and you can change a lot of these things. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, so there's that. Pivot offset. Thank you. Haven't come across anchors. Yeah, so anchors are this way of doing things. It's what these green things are. And they kind of tell you like where it's trying to position itself in its parent. So the base is this big, and then the tip is anchored to the center, which is right here. If I move these, it's anchored a little bit differently. And you can see that these are the anchor points and the offsets and blah, blah, blah. The UI components can be a little finicky. You see now I put it to the top left, it goes to the top left, top right, same thing. Center left, center is what I need. So let's turn this up to like 16 by 16. And then, so probably what you might need is, however big the size is on this, because of the way that the... Oh, you know what probably happened? Let's try this. No, that doesn't work either. I was thinking that maybe if you manually set the position, it would be messed up. But this seems to be just visual. Tip position, tip default position. I'm ready. Yeah, I don't know, you might have knocked it a bit to the side or something, and it was just registering that as like constantly moving. I don't really know what happened there. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 6 people who seem to be pretty signed up already, which is nice. More experimenting required. Yeah, it's kind of hard to debug stuff just from, like, you know, hearing some weird behavior. Debugging in general can be kind of hard just to pin down. Blech. I start, like, after a couple hours of streaming, after 2 hours of streaming, I could start to feel it set in my brain. You know, unless there's, like, that one stream I did where I was playing that game jam game and there was a ton of people. Like, keeping up with the chat and, like, talking and stuff was fun enough where it kind of, like, kept me awake. But after 2 hours, usually I just go, like, ugh, I want a nap. Okay, what am I gonna do next? If you have any more questions, let me know. I don't know what I'd do to go take a break, you know? If I go take a break, I'm gonna start playing Infinite Yakuza, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and then I'm just gonna keep doing that. I'm not gonna come back. That's all for now. Yeah, let me know if you have any more questions, or even if you just want to, like, work on your project together on stream or something. There are ways to do, like, co-pilot stuff, co-coding. I don't know how you call it. Stream Yakuza 0 now. I don't play a lot of stuff on my laptop. I'm more like, I like console stuff. I like chilling if I'm gonna play a game. Tell you what, I am going to go use the restroom though, so I'm gonna put up something. Tell you to capture card. I think I do somewhere. I just not quite there yet. Oh, I gotta turn off this because that looks ugly. I'm gonna use the restroom, but I'm gonna leave some pretty lights going. There you go. Actually, let me do this. Canvas layer. Alright, I'll be right back. Where's this? There you go. I'm back. Alright, gotta respond to messages. Alright, I gotta compile a list of all these people talking to me. Okay. Ugh, did not expect such a strong response to just what was a random idea from myself. God. When did I become a PR person? Typing. Thought I escaped this from my job. Okay. We'll do this. We'll do this. After 9 p.m. Jeez. Welcome back. Hey, welcome back to you as well. I'm compiling a list of all these people, and I'm going to send it over to Foxello Games so that he's updated, since it already seems like we have a good bit of people confirmed. It's really funny, like, making a list of the people, because some of them are great initiative, dude. It's going to be quite a lot of work. People are eager to show their work. Yeah, thanks. Welcome in, Chris. Chris? I don't know how to include your X in the name, but yeah, I have only been really streaming for a couple weeks at this point. I started streaming for the Game Jam. That's what it is. I started streaming for the Game Jam, and then I just kept going. And now I'm here. So it's just been like 2 weeks and I'm already throwing myself into the fire. Did you find out if they all speak English or if you need a translator? I mean, they're responding to me in English text. Most of the people who participate in the Game Jam are English. That is a good thing to check, though. And I will likely send a follow-up message about that. Yeah. Did you work on the Game Jam at all, dude? Chris? Sorry, I am doing stuff. It's just on the screen we can't see because I don't want to give up people's information. That's it. You made Ares. You mind sending a link? Kind of cool. It's a cool name. It's already got me interested. There was a game I used to play on GameCube, and it was a really random game. It was called Spartan Total Warrior. It was a very, like, unknown, like, no series, no nothing. But it was such a fun, like, interesting, like, adventure beat-em-up game. I don't know, the game always stuck with me in my brain. I need to revisit it, because I haven't played it since I was young. Probably nothing like you imagine. Those are the best types of things. There's no better prize than a surprise. Unless it's malware, then I'm mad at you. Okay, it runs in browser, that's nice. Ooh, interesting. I like the art style. Did you get these assets from somewhere, or did you make them? Because, like, I really like the way that the portraits look. Point and click, intruder scanner, activate sentinel. This is Lino. What is this about a debug? Hello, who's relaying this? What channel you want? Channel open, expect a response. Huh. Very interesting. F4 for full screen, F3 if you want Ares to fill the screen. That's a weird thing to say. I don't know. The stock assets from RPG Maker VX Ace heavily edited. Not many people remember them. I've never played with RPG Maker. I play with Godot mainly. I've always been heavy in the code, and so having stuff like that is... I've always wanted to have something I have more deep access to. Hey, a fox. Where is he? Oh, there you are. How's it going? Chris just popped in and is showing this interesting submission. You raid with 5 people. I always miss the raids. I'm so sorry. Thanks for the raid. I always miss the raids because I am looking at the, like, restream thing, so it's two, it's the combined between YouTube and Twitch, and it doesn't show the alerts from Twitch. I need to figure out something better than that. But yeah, hello, welcome in. I am putting a list together for you, Mr. Fox Hollow Games. I have already got a couple people, a good, like, handful of people who've confirmed for the Thursday stream. There's 1 or 2 people who have a little bit of issue at the time, but I'm trying to see if they have someone else that can go in their place, or if we can do, like, a second session or something. You can get alerts set in place for that. Yeah, I don't know that, Vish. All right, I don't know that. I'm a baby when it comes to streaming. I am not experienced, and I need your help. I blame you, really. You didn't tell me sooner. You teach me, I teach you. That's how the world works, man. Question for Chris. Do you want to partake in the stream where we do developer interviews? And if you do, would you rather I not play your game and we play it on stream to get, like, a reaction? Or would you not care and we can just play it now and you can check it out? For those of you just joining, hello, I'm new here. I code things. I like technical things. I like game design. I have a ton of ideas. I just never really... I've been experimenting in Godot for a long time. You can see all of these different folders full of projects and stuff. And I've just recently started trying to stream and trying to actually make some stuff. But yeah, so always happy to talk, always happy to work through things with people. I'm a network engineer by trade. If you want to know more about that, if you have any networking questions, I'm actually pretty good at that. I'd love to participate. Right now I'm away at work though. Yeah, it's not right away. It's actually on Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern is where kind of our first one is going to be planned for. So if that works for you, great. If not, we'll figure something else out. Yeah. If anyone else has any games or even like projects and stuff they want to have some help on or want someone to look at, let me know. I really enjoy looking at people's stuff and giving feedback or helping build things out. Yeah. Get rid of this. And I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I just got back from a break. Yeah. Here's my giant document of random notes of stuff. Let me keep putting together this list so that way I can see who's going and who isn't. I was thinking about something, which is, let me write it down. So I thought it might be good to have a donation goal during the stream. Donation. That gets blurry for some reason. I think it's a level of detail thing. Donation goals. I think it'd be good to have. I don't think it'd be good. I literally just had the idea like a couple minutes ago of like having donation goals and giving the proceeds to the jam participants. Maybe like people can donate or throw bits, and in their message we can scan for if they want it to go to a specific group, or if it doesn't, then just split it amongst them. Chris, I believe they are planning it for Thursday. If you want to participate, the streamer will send a Google Doc or Giga Discord, and he'll contact you with the details. Yeah, let me put the Google Doc in so that people can access it if they want. I don't know what else. I want to have some like good feedback for the jam participants, but I don't really know. I'm trying to think of like extra stuff I could do with the stream. I referred you as streamer because I don't know your spelling. Yeah, I'll throw it in my Discord well as another announcement. Seemed like people are pretty excited about it. Yeah, I for a while I've just gone by Scribe because it's easy and it's simple, but it's not available everywhere, so you get the fancy Latin version. I'd be happy to join them. I'll make sure to accommodate some time. I'd love people to see your race. Yeah, we would love to dig into it and get a little bit more eyes on this stuff. I think there's a lot of good stuff out there, and it kind of just gets buried because it's not the best of like what 1,500 entries or something, or even might not even be like the best end product, but the process and the experience is valuable. So I think that's pretty cool. So that's one of the reasons why we're putting this together. let's put... I am putting together all of the links as well of the games that they've done. I will, as soon as I can actually put it all together, I'll send it to you, Mr. Can I call you Mr. Fox? I had a couple of them respond and ask like if we were streaming it, and I was like, I probably should clarify that this is going to be on Twitch instead of just like a random Discord call with a stranger. Alright, we got... It's going to be fun having whole teams of people coming in and talking. There are a couple of them that are confirmed for like 3 or 4, which is going to be cool to see the different pieces of it, right? One thing I also think would be good is to get the different, I guess, yeah, pieces of development, where a lot of this stuff usually gets relegated to just the programmer, and that is kind of highlighted, but I still think there's a lot of interesting stuff behind, like, how did you guys do the audio design? How did you guys do the art? You know, there's plenty of people that did like 3D modeling and stuff, and that's, you know, very work intensive to do in a 2-week span. As well as just the actual design itself. Like, design is its own thing of like, how did you guys come up with the idea, you know? So I think having full teams will be very helpful to really dig into each of those components. Also, you're going to have to start getting your Discord set up if you're going to do it on Discord. If it's on Mr. Fox, I'm sorry, I gave you a nickname. It's going to spread now. I don't know how his Discord is, but I'm sure he's got it set up. I do have to send the link. I forgot about that. See, this is why he's here. This is why Vish is my hype man. He keeps me honest. There you go. There's that form. Production manager? Oh, don't say that. Then I have to pay you. Okay. What was I doing? Right. A million things on Discord, which is very exciting to see. I'll go ahead and finish this off stream. Let's do some more actual stuff while I have some people here. Yeah, so where'd it go? Where'd I just minimize it to? Here it is. Here, I'll save this for later. Alright, we will get back to that for sure. It looks really cool. I think the limited palette has really helped it out a lot. If you want, we can get on a call after this and I'll help you set up Discord. I think they also have templates now. Sure. Yeah, if you want to help out, I'm all for it. I appreciate it. I don't know what I'm doing, and the biggest problem is that I don't really, like, I'm not that interested really in fiddling with all those settings. I've never been one for like documentation and that kind of work, which is unfortunate because it's very necessary, but you know, people have their strengths. Okay, so For those of you who are wondering what was up earlier, this is my Game Jam submission, which is probably more of a tech demo. It's a genetic algorithm sort of thing. So it spawns this, it's a whole ant farm, and then these are each little artificial life plant sort of things that have their own genome. They grow, they adapt, they mutate, all that stuff. And then also you're an ant and you do ant things. Yeah, so that's what this is. I mainly just put it up because it's something pretty to look at. I would have to do it for you, but I've only set up on laptop, not on phone. I could try if you want. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. You know, if you want to get more involved in that or not, it's up to you. What I was working on before, so we went over this virtual joystick thing and kind of dug through it and figured out how it works. By the way, I like Godot, if you can't tell. I'm I really like free and open source software, so I stick to Godot as sort of my main engine. We went through and sort of explained this virtual joystick asset, how it works, how it could be used, and stuff like that. And then I personally was working on not this. Where to go? Where is it? I was working on object avoidance for agents, LiDAR test. So, might be kind of irrelevant, but zooming in and out look cool. Yeah, that is not that hard. It's actually just a little trick. Godot has built-in tween animation, short for in between. But if you go in here, I believe it's in here under input. No, it's not. I moved it to here. Input, tab, right? So all I have is tab will just switch camera following, and it will change where it's focused on. So it'll depend if it's focused on this ant, which is sort of the player character, or this marker, which is set to the center of the world. And I just do that right here. Put it, global position is world size times the size of the tiles divided by 2. So how big the screen is divided by 2, and that gets you the center of it. And in process, we have this. So you can create a tween, set it to parallel, just means that it does both the things at the same time. And all it does is it grabs the zoom and it sets it to a half, or it sets it to double. So it'll either zoom in or it'll pull out. But it does a lot of the fancy math behind the scenes really efficiently. So instead of just setting it straight from one to the other, it actually creates all of the values in between, which is what makes that smooth transition. May I ask a stupid basic question? Yeah, you can ask any question, regardless of how stupid or basic they might be. But yeah, so that's what kind of creates this smooth transition, is it's focused on the center of the screen right now, and then it slowly moves down to here. What is a tween? So tween is just a node in Godot. It's short for in between, and it's just what they call their node for moving things in a more fluid manner. It's very important in animation to how things move, right? Let me see if I can pull this up. Yeah, so this is very important for animation, is easing charts, right? And this is the core behind the tweening animation, or in between, is if you have something just move, let's see, I don't even think they have a linear one here, but if you just have something moving from point to point, it can look very stilted and robotic. So they have this whole node built in called tween, which is built for transitioning between two different values in specific ways. So you have ease in, you have ease out, you have combinations, you have quadratic formulas. It gets all into the fancy math of it. But let me see if I could pull up something that shows how important it is. Because it could be the difference between something looking really icky and cheap and something looking like really cool. I can't really find anything too great at this moment. Isn't tween easing super limited in Godot? I never get the effect I want. I don't think so. I mean, so the way that they've set this up is there used to be a node, and now you can just kind of create it anywhere using this command. And there's lots of options you can set up. So you can do set ease, and you can see there's ease in, ease out, and all that stuff, which are the more common ones. So tween dot ease in, ease out. So these are, let me bring that thing up again, now that you mentioned it. Where'd it go? Give it to me. There it is. Up. There it is. So these are these ease in, ease out, and the second part of it, the quint, the circ, all that stuff, is actually combining it with another property, which is the trans something. I can't remember what it stands for. Transition, yeah. So this has a lot of different types, and combining these two together will give you a lot of things. So trans back, I don't remember what that one does. Trans bounce will give you sort of a, where's my, this. So trans bounce will give you something where it'll go like dunk, 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 and it will kind of go from 0 to 1 and then back a little bit and then back to 1. And circ has a kind of a weird like graph, but it's all a ton of math stuff. It's all about a lot of in-depth stuff. That's why it's named cubic and linear and quadratic and quartic and quintic. Those are all types of formulas. So quadratic means you do like the square of it. Cubic is to the power of 3, all that stuff. So it's not as robust and like not as fully fleshed out in terms of like everything you can do with the animation player, but it's still very, very useful. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff you can do with the animation player, and the animation tree on top of that if you want to go that direction. But it's also a whole big thing where you have to go and make keyframes and animation data and stuff like that. This is something that's really easy to do programmatically. So I didn't need to set up a whole animation for zooming in and out my camera. I just had to, do a couple lines of code here. But yeah, like I said, I played around a lot with the engine, so if you have anything you want, like opinions or explanations on, it doesn't matter how dumb you think the question is, it's helpful to somebody, and it's helpful for me to explain it. Don't say that. Yeah, so back to what I was doing. I have been experimenting with trying to get agents working on like a local scale of moving around. So this is a very basic test of just, this is a guy who tries to move out of the way of the walls. None of these are collision, it's just a picture. So it can do it based off of data rather than like running a physics collision simulation or tests every single frame. Because I want to have a lot of these guys moving around and sort of being competent on their own. I want them to be able to like seek out things that they need, be able to build structures and stuff like that. And so instead of giving every one of the NPCs like a pathfinding to specific things so it knows basically everything, I kind of wanted it to be locally able to detect things. So this is something that I pulled off of this article about robotics, actually. So this is talking about navigational methods for robots, intelligent autonomous robot. So there's a lot of stuff where it talks about the same things of like, you talk about Dijkstra, which is a pathfinding algorithm. A-star is another very popular one. But local navigational methods is what I'm looking at. How do you sense the environment around you? How do you do it efficiently? And how do you calculate what is good and what is bad. And so I started pulling some ideas from this and started testing them out here. The idea with this is that it's going to be a LiDAR system, which just means that it'll take this one raycast, and then every frame it'll check in an area around itself, or it'll check just like one block, right? So this would check and it would hit this and it would say, oh, there's a wall here. Remember that there's a wall here. And then it would rotate like that, and then it would check again and be like nothing, and then keep going and nothing, 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 nothing. And so when it rotates around, now it knows, okay, there's a wall to my right, don't get too close to it, right? And then as you go forward, you do the same thing, and you can tell, like, okay, this wall's much closer, I need to move away. So that's kind of my hope, is to make these agents a lot more intelligent and realistic, because they're going to be working off of only the information they can see. I'm not just going to give them the whole map and say, like, yeah, if there's treasure here, you can just run all the way around and get it, because that's kind of unrealistic. We'll see how it works, though. I'm always experimenting. So as a test, I will have red be a wall. So like flailing a chain ball until it hits something? Kinda. Yeah. You could very easily just make multiple raycasts and have each of them have each of them be pointed a different direction. And that's kind of what I did here, is I just have a forward raycast and then a side one, so the side ones push them away from things, and this is just where they're going. But I like the LiDAR system a lot better, because if you think about it, right, let's say I wanted 200 of these guys on the screen. Let's say I wanted 1,000 of them on the screen. If I have even just 4 raycasts for 200 agents, entities, whatever you want to call them, that already equals up to a nice 800 things you're checking every frame. Now, if I wanted to do 1, you could see how the same amount gets reduced by a ton. So now I'm only checking 200. This would be a problem if it wasn't operating at 1/60th of a second, right? Realistically, what they're going to do is this has a memory on it. It has an ability to store points and keep it in an array. So it's going to look at it, it's going to move away, and it's not really going to be noticeable on a human level, right? All right, I'm going back to my test. See you soon. Message on Discord if you want to respond, if I'm still awake. Thank you. Appreciate the help, and see you soon. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, Vish. Always fun to have you. Yeah, I'll definitely message you about the Discord stuff, because I will take any help I can get. So get point value. We're just going to return like -1 right now. This is just a very basic prototype, so just the easiest thing that works. This is going to be a wall, and I want to move away from walls. World pixel. .g is greater than 0.5. Return +1. And then just, if you don't do any of that, just give me a good 0. Alright, now you stop yelling at me. I'm trying to remember where I was in this, because I kind of stopped halfway. I was not having too much fun this weekend. I was a little bit sick. So we have, it's making a new LiDAR point, it's getting the collision, it's doing the point evaluation. Alright, I didn't finish this. So the point evaluation is going to be how valuable it is. So this is getting the, and actually I should document it, getting the raw value of the I don't know, found object, I guess. And then this is scales value with distance. So the distance is how close we are to the thing. What you want... One thing that's pretty common for this kind of stuff is like, let's say this is you, and click, please. And you're this far away from like a, I don't know, something to be avoided. Then it's like a spike trap or something. If you're this far away, it's like not a big deal, right? This over here is not a big deal. As you get closer, it becomes a very big deal. So it's not straight up like a linear relationship, right? It's not like if I'm moving away over here, it's the same values if I'm moving away over here. You want it to get more important as it gets closer. And so what a lot of people will do is they will take a, I believe it's like 1 over x or something, or x squared. And all that means is that the distance here is large, right? Where is it? Text. So it's large over here, and it's small over here, but we want the opposite. We want, as it gets smaller, a bigger reaction than if it's large. And the math that happens to work out for that is 1 over x, because that means that if this is large, then the, say this is 10, right? That becomes 1 over 10. That's not that important, that's a tenth. If it gets really close, let's say it's 0.1 away from it, then you get 1 over 0.1, which is equal to 10. So that's how that math works out there. Is you times the influence by this 1 over x, and then it's going to be it's going to do 10 times speed to get away from it when it's really close, and it's going to do a 10th speed to get away from it when it's really far. So we're going to do point, just do point value. I need to come up with better names for these things because they're all kind of bleeding into each other. Point value is get point value for the point. You can tell by how many times I say point that this is not best thing in the world. And then I want you to return the point value times 1.0 over point value, and just to, distance, wrong one. Just to be double safe, I am going to add a very small number to it. You add a very small number to it because there is a theoretical possibility in the world of computation that we end up on the exact same spot. So this is directly on top of it, which means that the distance would end up being 0. And if you know anything about math, 1 over 0 doesn't work. It breaks everything. So we got to avoid that at all possible times. So at the very least, we can do 1 plus like a very, 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 very tiny number. And that means it won't ever at least be 1 over 0. It'll be really strong, but who cares? As long as it doesn't break math. That gets plugged in up here, point value, and then that gets sent to memory, and if it's over the memory limit, then we start deleting some. Now we have to go through the memory and actually do a full valuation of everything. So for LiDAR point in memory, we're going to do an impulse vector up here, which is going to default, it's going to default to 0. Some of the things in the OST are not for me, and some of the things are really nice. I like them a lot. Sorry, checking a message real quick. Okay. So for each thing in the memory, we're going to well, we have the value stored, right? So we're just going to take the impulse and we're gonna equal or add to it the LiDAR point position times the LiDAR point value. And then in order to actually LiDAR, we take the raycast and we take the cast to, or what is it? They changed it. I don't remember what the name of it is now. Target position. It's much more intuitive, but I'm used to cast to. And we're just going to take the raycast position and we're going to set it to the same thing, dot rotated by the angle increment. To any people who are coders or whatever, or math people even, who are listening, use tau. I don't know why on Earth everyone in the world was taught to use pi. Pi is equal to whatever, 3.14, but really what it is equal to half of a circle, right? So a whole circle ends up being 2 pi because of some math stuff where it was derived. And it can get very confusing, right? Because if you have like a line here and it's going out, this is 0 pi, this is 1 pi, this is 2 pi, this is 3/2 of pi, you know, it gets kind of weird. I don't know why on earth everyone was taught to use pi, because 2 pi is also equal to another number, and it's called tau, which is literally just the number for a whole circle. So now, instead of having to worry about that, it's, you know, this is 0, this is 1/4, this is 1/2, this is 3/4, this is, you know, 7/8 or whatever. It just makes a lot more sense. I don't know why everyone uses pi. Please save yourselves. I also just realized, do I have a reference? No, I need to reference the background, and I also just realized I never actually moved. So we will do apply. Oh wait, no, I have to do parent, don't I? I only do silly things in JavaScript. That's fair. What kind of silly things do you do in JavaScript? I played around with it for a little bit, but, you know, JavaScript it's a bit quirky to say the least. And I preferred to work in an actual game engine. This can export to web, so that's good enough for me. If I didn't work in Godot, I'd probably start coding stuff from scratch in... Oh, I forgot to disable gravity. Yeah, if I didn't work in Godot, I'd probably start building out my own stuff in JavaScript, just because I think web is very important. Now, just to... I live in array land. New idea? Array. Yeah. That's the way of JavaScript. Everything's an array. So just as a debug thing, let's impulse... I do have to put this below. And we're going to add just a direction to the... What's it called? Mouse. I forget words sometimes. Don't worry about it. And we'll just times it by 10 or something. So it'll try to move towards the mouse, but it should theoretically want to move away from certain things. So now it just does that. There, I gotta make the impulse strength from these higher. We'll do it under the angle increment. Impulse strength. Make it... I guess, yeah, 10 for now. And then I'll reduce this. this will get times by the impulse strength. I always thought people were taught math in like the worst way possible, which is sad, because there's a lot you can do with it. Math is just logic. It's just learning how to use logic, you know? Let's up the linear damp just so it's not moving around so much. Get it to like 3, but I also don't think it's actually doing stuff. So another debug thing, I'm just gonna make it so that it prints out the impulse whenever I hit a button. Oh. I didn't know you could do that. You can maximize and minimize a window by holding Windows and pressing up or down on the keypad. The arrow keys, that's what it's called. I didn't know you could do that. Put this above this so I can just see the raw inputs, and if it's all zeros, I know I got a problem. It should theoretically only be getting pushed away from things, but... Hello? There it is. Yeah, so it seems to only be 0, so it's not actually registering. That's probably because I need to invert the background since I'm treating the black as walls. So the white now is walls. But I also think it's probably not getting this properly. Get point value. Yeah, I don't, because it would have shown something else there. Yeah, it's not detecting anything. I think it's probably because I need to divide this by the size of each pixel. Try that. Come back. Still not doing anything. Let's go ahead and turn on visible collision shapes. That should show us the... It should show us the raycast. Which just looks really funny. I can't lie, that looks really funny. Okay, so I think what's happening here is that get collision point is not returning the end of the thing. So if point position... Oh, what is it? I don't know what it's even doing. It might just be returning 0, 0, which I think is annoying. Yeah. So instead of that, we're gonna do if this is nothing, then we are going to make it our global position plus the cast to, or target position, which should properly make it know what's up. Nope. Da, 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 da. Point valuation, get point, distance to point. Okay, so it's still just getting nothing. What is this error that's piling up? Okay, so this part is correct. Or is this stretched differently? No, it's 16. Here, I'll do it the proper way. Floral text. So it should automatically scale. Dang it. Okay, I had it right. Still, what's your prob? I don't need to lock it anymore. That used to be a thing. You'd have to like lock an image in order to get access to it. Her. Oh, okay, it's getting something. But the impulse still isn't working. Okay, well, that's going right. Let's see what the print or the point value is doing. I know there are better ways to debug. I know there's breakpoints and stuff. I'm not there yet, alright? Huh. Zero 201. I know what's happening. So when we do this whole thing, I think we need to go to print. Yeah. I mean, I've just never learned anything else, but it's worked well for me so far. So when we're doing this evaluation on how far away it is, this one actually needs to be replaced with the distance you want this to scale over. Because, is it the one or is it something else? I'm trying to remember. I think it's the one. Let me think about this real quick. Okay, yeah, so you need this to actually be the distance over, well, the desired distance over the actual distance. Because then, like, let's say you wanted this to be 10 away, that means this would be 1, and then you can just, anything that's like an impulse of less than 1, you can get rid of, because it's not as important, right? What you really want is that, like, you want it to start really applying higher and higher values as you get close. But these lower values can make it so that just if you're tracking multiple things, it can give you like this really slight, weird, like, jiggle, basically. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go over here, change this to something, I don't know. Desired wall distance. We'll do... We'll do 16, so we want it to stay at least one tile away. Desired wall distance, and we are also going to clamp this. And I can actually take away this, because I'm going to clamp it to be a minimum of 1 and a maximum of like 100. Because then if you get really close to it, it can technically send you at ridiculous speeds. Where'd you go? It is yelling at me. Yeah, I know it's out of bounds. Stay in bounds then. Where are you going? Let me clamp this down lower. It might be just flinging it across time and space. Where are you going? It's getting a heavy -1 and then just freaking out of existence. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, well, that's a pretty strong impulse there. Alright, the impulse is not doing a lot. I might be thinking about this wrong. Desired wall distance is 16. The actual distance... I don't know if it's 1-to-1 in the world. Ugh. I've reached the point where it's just start hitting buttons and hoping something changes. Whoa. It's less fast, that's good. Oh. It's still in the thousands, which I don't know how it's doing that. It should be -1, 1, or 0. It gets that point value. It gets the distance of the point. This is 16 over the distance, so it should go... I don't think clamp is the right thing. Let's do max 1.0. Because the point value is what does negative. This is just the intensity. So if it's less than 1.0, not a problem. If it's more, it will show. And it's definitely more. Because it's getting an impulse from everything in memory. So how about we do this? We're gonna multiply all these together, and then we're gonna divide them by the memory size. So hopefully it won't just send it to the moon. What did I do? I don't know, maybe that broke it. I thought it might be sending it wild. Come here. In the first few frames. Let's just put a camera on this thing and see. Go back. Something you can do that's really nice in Godot is you can press this button, and then while the game is running, this camera translates to whatever you have here. So you can see if I like do this, I can move it around and it actually tracks over here. How about we just turn down the impulse strength by like a lot? Does not like going to the right very much. It'll go to the left, weirdly enough. It's heavily negative. It's kind of working. Not as much as I want it to. Oops. Control Z, please. Where is this? Let's try printing this. I need to see where the giant number is. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Okay, well, it's only one now. So the point value it's taking, it should be, maybe I should normalize this. Normalized, is that it? Well, it's not flying into space. I think that might have been it. My hope is that I can get it to the point where I can just run it into walls and it won't go. In which case we'll do that. I think this was the issue, is it was multiplying it by the size of the distance of how far away it was. It doesn't seem to be equally distributing them all, weirdly enough. Let me take off the other print statement. Do that. Okay, so the memory limit is not going up. Okay, so first thing we'll do, we're gonna put this to a power. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. No, I shouldn't put it to a power, right? Or is it square root? I don't think I should do this. I don't remember. There's something that I can't remember the proper formula for that. It's bugging me. Impulse strength is at 10. Let's take out the memory size thing because it's dividing by 20. Oh, why does it only go that way? Oh. If I spin it the other way, does it behave differently? No, it keeps flinging it up and left, which is weird. So distance, desired distance. I cannot remember this stuff. Let me just... I think there's something wrong with this. Let me print that out and see what it does. It shouldn't be just 1 or 0. I don't know why it is only defaulting to 1. Did I make... No, this is a... Yeah, I know. Awaken the Undying Light. Okay. What? Over distance. It's 50? Let's do 24, and I think my problem was I didn't match these two up. God, it's getting launched. So that's consistent. The desired wall distance over the distance. But it also should be 1. Like what? Okay, now it's 1. Okay. I think it just didn't update properly. Yeah, so it should be at least 1. It should only go up from there. But I think the issue is right now it is just checking this. So what I have to do is check every pixel in between, probably, which is sad. Or I could just... Don't I have something for that? Until tile map. Tile map. I'm gonna attach sprite path. It's gonna be this. Tile map path is going to be you. And I need to give it a tile set. Tile set. Tile set. No. And new gradient. No. Make the gradient the proper size. Make its interpretation constant. Actually, just delete that. And then now we have a black tile. Oh, nope, stop it. Okay, and then we gotta do the same thing and make a white tile. Atlas. No. No. 16 by 16. And just, actually the other one. Delete that. Now it's a wholly white tile. And then I go to the physics layer. I add that, so there's a physics layer. And I come over here and I select this and I give it physics. And I go to the physics layer and I reset. Yeah. I do the same. Nope. Wait, I did that wrong. Which one's the wall? Wall is the first one. Okay, I have it backwards. Okay, you... You are the wall. You are the one that I need to do this to. Okay. No, don't duplicate. Save. Alright, and then after all that, I should be able to come up here, hit this, and now, if I toggle off the background, you see that all of these are actually tiles, because I've run into this problem before. So we're going to try this again. This time it's actually going to use collision, which should help. Never mind, I'm stuck in the collision. Alright, try this. Okay, it immediately sent itself to the moon. I need to flip this back, I think. I don't know what it's doing, man. Let's change this up. Get collision point. If world is texture, then you do this. Otherwise, we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to actually get the value of the tile map. Get the coordinates. Local to map. Okay, that should still work. And world to local. And we take the point and put it in there. That should give us the coordinates on the map. On the tile map. Okay. Now we're gonna do a match, and we're gonna do world dot get source tile ID, I think. 0 and point chords, and then that's gonna be matched to 0, which is a wall, in which case you're going to return -1. And then everything else for now, you're going to return 0. I also do need to actually change it. I forget what the actual thing is. Get cell source ID. Oh. Wow, when it hits, you know? Why is it not triggering on upper left stuff? Impulse strength, value, position, normalize. Normalize doesn't... It shouldn't take away negatives. Yeah, it should just scale it by the length. I do not know. I do not know why it does not work. I'm losing my mind very slowly, very painfully. This intense music is not helping. You see no reason why you should be moved away from this. Ah. Did that fix it? Did me yelling at it fix it? Does not look like it. Okay, let's do this. First, we gotta fix this. The desired distance? Nah, we're gonna do raycast dot length. Dot target position dot length. And then we're gonna change the raycast length to be 24 times. Well, we're just gonna do 16 times 8. 128. Very long. You need to scale properly, which you're not doing. Only negative. Why only negative? Okay, so let's see how this thing goes. So it starts out 0, hits nothing, and then it gets a -6, -2, which is quite a bit. For now, turn this to 1. Okay, now it's getting very, very small. Well, it's not freaking out anymore. That's good. Oh, probably because I didn't put back. Oh, no, I did. It's dividing my distance. So let's just raw do that. It's broken. Oh, there it goes. Where did you come from? I know this. I know that I don't have permission yet. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, so let's think about this. We have a dude, and he's got a long thing, and this is like 100. But there are other things, and they get in the way, like this. So when this hits that, this is no longer 100. It should get a collision point that's like right there. So let's say it's like 20. So that means I just realized that the distance never changes, and I am a fool because it needs to change. That's why it's returning 1 every time. You can't hear it, but I'm silent screaming right now. My insides wailed to correct mistakes I did not know I made. Okay. Well, no, wait, that should be changing. Okay, well, I think maybe I need to rotate this. Dot rotated by the raycasts. No, because I'm changing the target position. That doesn't make sense. I have too many things printing. I don't know what each of them is. Get rid of the impulse. These points seem very large, like too large. That, okay. I mean, that point makes sense. Let's print the distance. This should be changing, depending on if we're hitting something or not. Okay, so it's ranging from very small to very big, which should mean that this should be quite large. Do I just not have the impulse strength set high enough? Okay, yeah, I mean, it's trying. Here, this is why I have this set up, so that I can... Inspector. Okay, are you able to go that wall? What if I increase this? How high does this have to go for you to get mad? Okay, that actually seems to work. Not correct. Once again, it's only pushing in a certain direction, which is negative. This should be giving you a positive input. I do not know. I do not know. I need to stop streaming soon. My brain's exploding. And not in a good way. You can do it. Turn this down some. No, I can't do it. Okay. If I let this just go, it just gets pushed to the left side. Position normalized times value times impulse strength. Value should be negative, so the position... It's a position not being done correctly. That's the only place that's assigned, right? I don't know how the position could be wrong. I'm not getting the direction to it, is why. Fools abound, fools in the land, fools in the sky, fools in the sea, although there is no greater fool than me. Okay, so you should at least not get slammed into the wall, right? Right? Okay, no. It's still having some issues. Well, it's kind of balancing. See what happens if I shove it up here. Impulse. Direction to that. Let me normalize this. It's very slightly working. Yeah, it strongly repulses against that corner. But not this one. What is your problem? What is your problem? Let me check out the memory. Memory. Value of nothing. 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 Why are they all the same Y level? Okay, that one is actually repulsing. Why are so many on the same Y level? It should be pretty much changing every time. Memory 224, 243, 243, 243, 243, 267, 240, 240, 240, 144, 144, 144, 144. What is going on here? I can see it spinning around, so I don't think it's the rotation. Because, like, at the very least, right, I can understand that's what's happening. It's hitting, like, walls like that, so all of these are going to be the same, everything in the top hemisphere. But the X positions will change. Maybe there's an issue. A collision point might only sometimes get in where it needs to be. Raycast dot target position. Got normalized. And we'll times it by like 8. So it shouldn't bypass any tiles. And that might explain the different behaviors on either side. Yeah, okay, that was it. It wasn't properly getting the center of each tile because it was doing the collision point. So when it did this, what it was actually looking at was right here, which could technically count because the way that the boxes are is that they're inclusive on one side but not the other. So over here is 0, and over here is like 15. Or it's like, yeah, so hitting in this would be, it's not quite perfect. If I remember correctly, if you hit on the, it's like 0 and this side, so up and left would be included. So if it came at it from this side, it would hit it and it would get like close to 0 and it would shove it on over because it would round that way. But this one would round the other way. So it would be 15 and some, and it would round to like 16, which would be the next tile. So I think that was the issue. I'm very happy I figured that out. Let's try upping the impulse a little bit. Let's try upping it a lot a bit because it'd be funny. Still doesn't seem to move that much, that fast. I like how fast it moves away from the walls, though. Even so much is going through like that. Okay, I like it. Now, the real thing. Let's try to add some treasure and see if they will actually pathfind to that naturally. Tile map. Tile set. Add atlas. Dummy image. Gradient texture. Nah. And we will delete, grab this, make it green or something, and change it to 16. We will make it that, and then we will go in here and we will give this one is, no, it should be 2. Not W. Alright, so it likes treasure just as much as it... Do you know if a raycast updates on physics process by default or it depends on the parent node? I mean, you put it in a normal node and it still uses physics process. I do not know. I think they update in physics process because that's where like a lot of the physics objects are moved. Oh, why did my name go away? Let's take a look at the docs. You can use force raycast update to make it update whenever. I know that. If you want to configure a raycast multiple times in the same physics frame, it calculates intersections every physics frame and it holds the result until the next physics frame. So yeah, by default, it will update on physics process and its own background thing. If you put it in normal mode, like its process runs in... Yeah, I don't know. Is there something you're trying to like work out? Okay, slight problem with this. Because it's not physical, it will only detect it if it's at actually the very end, so I need to give it some physics. Because otherwise it wouldn't be able to detect it. I want to try to stay away from making a big old tile map, but honestly I feel like I just might have to. Okay. That's good. It naturally approached it. And I can't get it to go away. Run before it remembers. So this is kind of funny. It's got too many hits on other things pushing it away, so it's kind of going crazy here. In which case, let's go over here. Not really, just had this popped out after seeing your issue. All I have is features, no bugs. Okay, well, now that works, but I also don't think I can get out. Ideally, this would not be used for, like, a direct, direct physics thing. It would more be used for, like, an AI to tell, like, where it should go. It kind of does this weird thing where it, like, gets stuck when it sees them. I don't really know what's causing that. I'm gonna hop off soon. My brain is fried, and I definitely am gonna... Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna hop off soon. I could feel my brain loosening, and yeah. I'll probably stream a bit more this week, but I also do want to prepare for that. See, I can't remember words anymore. I do want to prepare for that post-mortem stream and see what I can do for that. Much slower, a little bit, but it's working. Something I can do to give it a little bit more randomness. So let's do this. Bar angles. Make an array. _ready. For I in range. Let's do 32. We are going to angles.append tau divided by 32.0 times I. Alright, heading to bed, so night. Oh, you want to say 70% blindfolded success. Awesome. That's pretty good. You got most of it down without looking at anything. That's cool. Yeah, you're gonna have to show me. I will send you a message and you can review it in the morning about Discord, about stuff. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. So here's what I'm gonna do. Instead of rotating it, well, how do I... Okay, so right now it's set at what, like 128 or something? So instead of it this, I'm going to set it to just the vector 2, 0, 128, and it's going to be rotated by angles, angle counter, and then we're going to have angle counter up here, equals 0. And then we're gonna do angle counter plus or equals RAPI angle counter 0 and 30. I'll just do angles.size. So what this should do is instead of making it literally spin around like, oh, what it should do is break immediately. Because I didn't put a +1, like a fool. So what this should do is instead of making it spin around in a very predictable pattern, it'll go around randomly. So each of the angle positions are in a random order, but it does get through all of them before it cycles again. So it should give it a little bit more of like appropriate behavior. a little bit less programmatic. Just funny to look at. The stutter stepping is not something I like. So here's what we're gonna do. No, this doesn't work. My brain is fried. I'm going to stop for today. But thanks everyone for hanging out, showing up, asking questions. I like a lot of questions. I've been very much enjoying the things that people ask and say. Yeah. Ooh. I have not streamed 4 hours before, so I definitely got to build up my tolerance for that stuff. But we have a semi-functioning LiDAR thing, and now just to actually implement something useful in it. Alright. It was cool? Yeah. Thanks. My hope, because I'm insatiable and I can't stop thinking about stuff, my hope is to, instead of just making it bounce off the walls, I'm going to give it a direction of its own. And so it's just going to kind of wander, and then it's going to remember each of these points, and that's going to, like, influence what direction it moves. So instead of getting just a direct impulse bouncing off the walls, it'll be like moving along on its own, and then once it gets to here, it's going to be like, oh, everything here is dead end, and so it's just going to turn and go like that, you know? That's my hope. I really want to find like a good way to make these things like actively explore the caves, because I think that would be interesting. But it becomes hard at stuff like this, right? Because like if it's approaching here, it's got to be like there's a big opening here and there's a small opening here. It's got to actually realize that it can go this way. But that kind of relies on the raycast getting the right angle. It's one of the reasons why I added this very small increment at the top before. Because if you just do a fraction of a circle, it's not going to hit every angle possible unless you do legitimately 360 degrees, which I don't want them to go through that much. But yeah, I need to do something about this, or I'm going to sleep and just my brain is going to be like static electricity. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I'm going to sign off. Let me see if there's a point I can raid. That's a thing people do. Software and game development. Oh, Spiridon. Yeah. He's awesome. Let's go. Spiridon. Alright, see y'all later. Before I go, I should probably link Discord stuff. Let's see. Invite. Copy. Here's a Discord if anyone wants to join up. All right. Now for reals. Goodbye.